I don't know. Is it going to tap off that 50? And the 200 in one fell swoop? I don't know, Dbloc. At least come up to fill that vector gap up by target 3 before coming back down. If it keeps this momentum up. I don't even know if it's gonna be able to hit that side high. If it's gonna be able to, it's gonna take a lot of money to bust through those.
I'll take care of it, guys. Don't worry about it. Just watch your screen.
Yellow caution dotted lines.
Sounds like a pockets couple. You guys ready for Bitcoin to get back over 85K? Hold on, let me just call my boys from Romania real quick so we can break this resistance. 85K. Just give me a second.
I'll be doing my part, Drew.
Yes, 9 o'clock candle just came in. Either we get rejection or we break. I don't think we're going to hang out in range between these numbers anymore. I think it's about time to make a decision here. Bollinger Bands are tightening up a little bit. Ichimoku cloud, everything's squeezing. Is Dbloc on?
I haven't heard him in a little while. I don't remember if he said he needed to take off or not.
Oh, yeah, he just chatted on YouTube. Be right back.
Damn.
You guys ready to break this lazy stones? Come on, you bulls. I know you got it in you. Let me just make 3 more phone calls. Hold on. We need some more backup here. Here we go. Okay. And we're about to pop it right now. Come on, baby. 84,000. There we go. 85,000. Just pop that. We're at 85,022. Rockets, rockets, rockets. Big buys coming in. Big buys. Sorry if you're in a short. I mean, you guys, the short might still win. This doesn't mean shit. We still haven't broke 85,200. But 85, that's important. Step by step. Catch everyone off guard on Monday.
85's better than 82.
Hey, if you're in long or in position, yes, sir. But if you're on the sideline right now or in a short, yeah, you're probably saying, shut the hell up, Drew. Oh, yeah, there goes another big buy. There goes another one. They're just warming up right now. My homies from Romania, you know how they do. They look broke, though. They walk down the street in flip-flops. Like, even in a city where there's no beach, like, they'll be wearing swimming trunks and flip-flops with a tank top. Couldn't tell this dude's just sitting on a few $1 billion worth of Bitcoin. Problem is he hides from everyone because I think he acquired it illegally.
I mean, what kind of a maniacal mind do you have to be to sit on that much wealth? I mean, you got to be on borderline psychopathic or something.
Yeah, I probably exaggerate. I think it's probably like closer to like $250 million, but still, that's still a lot. And there's like, dude, there's just 2 guys, but like in Romania, man, there is a whole circle of whales that just like, I don't know how they got their hands in so quick, but they were in there, man. They were in there mining like a few weeks after Satoshi dropped the bomb, like they were in there. So yeah, and a lot of them, I don't know, they've been doing shady stuff. But if you look into like a lot of Romanian hackers, like if you ever heard of Guccifer, whatever they call him, he's Romanian. He's one of the biggest or most notorious hackers. They made a 2.0 after they put his ass in jail when he exposed Hillary Clinton and like hacked a lot of information on Hillary Clinton. So they locked him. They came to Romania for the U.S. I guess the FBI or whoever went to Romania to put him in jail. They locked his ass up, and then while he was in jail, everyone thought it was him, and they made a Guccifer 2.0, but that was a controlled opposition. And some people that didn't know the lowdown, they're like, "Oh, the Guccifer 2.0, the Guccifer's back," and it wasn't really him. And I think the same thing happened with Satoshi Nakamoto, because the first form, you could see it was a different writing style. And the second form that came in, like after they were on the first one, that second one, it was after like he was gone, and they had to reset. They made a whole new form. I have to look at the name. I forgot the name of the second one, but it wasn't from the OG form. So it's a lot of weird stuff. But yeah, some people think that Satoshi, or if it is a person, that they murdered him and took control of that forum. And then even though he was dead, they still pretended he was alive for about 3 more months, posting as if it would be him. And that's when there was like his last post, and some other forums came up after that were like all the people besides Satoshi that were in that forum that were where Bitcoin got launched.
I feel like it was Craig Wright.
Nah, Craig Wright knows some things though, and he knows some people, but no.
So what did he end up hacking of Hillary's, her private server at her house?
I forget, man, but he got some dirt. Guccifer guy. Crazy. A friend of mine lived like 3 blocks from him. But yeah, he's notorious. He's one of like the most notorious hackers. He's Romanian. I think Craig Wright got charged for perjury for saying he was Satoshi Nakamoto. But the Miami jury ruled in favor of him back in 2021. UK and them did favor, it was against him. And it's weird for him to come out in 2016 to say he's Satoshi Nakamoto. It's like, that's a weird time to spill the beans. And he just saw the hype, and he knew it would, it could create stir the pot up a little bit, give his other businesses a little boost. But yeah, so the $54 billion. So what prosecution argued that, so Kleinman, this was the prosecution's argument that Kleinman, this was in the Miami case back in 2021, that Kleinman was a co-creator of Bitcoin alongside Wright, entitling him to half of Satoshi's assumed fortune. And then a federal jury in West Palm Beach sided with Wright and declined to award any of the Bitcoin to Kleinman's estate. So Kleinman was trying to get some of that Bitcoin, but I'm still trying to figure out, it's like, how could anyone get awarded the Bitcoin if nobody, I mean, who got the keys to that? Whoever got the keys is the person that could say they're Satoshi, right? Oh, look what I found. So there's an attorney that just filed a lawsuit to unmask Satoshi. Let's see. So there's a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit against the Department of. Hold on, let me see. Department of Homeland Security. So someone is suing the DHS right now, saying the DHS has the resources to figure out what the hell is going on with Satoshi Nakamoto. So he filed a Freedom of Information Act, which is FOIA lawsuit against the department. What else is happening? So he claimed that the department had found and interviewed Satoshi in person. Yo. So this guy, so he referred to DHS special agents, and there is, I guess, someone that is a special agent in the DHS that publicly, I don't know if publicly or officially claimed that the department had found and interviewed Satoshi in person. That's kind of crazy. So the alleged claim says that Satoshi was not an individual, but a group of 4 individuals. Bang! That's what I've been talking about. The agents interviewed, I mean, we don't know if this is true, but this is just an allegation. So the agents interviewed these individuals in California, where they revealed the story of Bitcoin's development and creation. So, California, interesting. So let's see. Journalist Dave Troy filed a FOIA request with the Federal Bureau of Investigation to find out if the Bureau had any files on Satoshi before, too. This is in the second. So this is back in August 12th, 2024, the FBI responded and referred to Satoshi as a third-party individual, officially, basically. So this is in the response. I'm going to open up the response right now. I have the actual file right here. Let's see. If anyone wants to look it up, it's request number 1642790. But it asserts that Satoshi Nakamoto is a third-party individual and can neither confirm or deny the existence of any records on this person. Typically, this is their answer for requests for non-U.S. persons. Let me see. Interesting. I'll be right back. Oh, yeah, but we're going to pump, in my opinion. Stir-fried rice.
I'm down with some fried rice.
Did you guys hear some static coming through, or like some kind of crazy electric sound?
It's electric. Boogie woogie woogie.
We're gonna rock down to Electric Avenue, and then we take it higher.
Going through the air and coming down, it seems so easy.
Oh no! Oh no! Kind of quiet here tonight on this Monday evening. I like it. It might be, the calm before the storm. It's a good sign that it's pretty calm here.
What's good, party people?
What up, Dbloc?
Finally digesting my dinner.
Yeah.
What's good with your boys? What are you up to?
I'm just over here messing around. Just got home, drinking a tea. Been running around all day getting that dry powder.
How was it today? Good?
Yeah, man. Dude, I'm like, I'll be killing it, man. It's just, now it's just
Your
instant.
weekend's busier than your weekdays, or it don't even matter?
Sundays are really good. Like, I catch a lot of Sunday brunch loot. But yeah, I'm averaging like now 300, 250, 300 a day. And I don't even got to do 12-hour days anymore. Like, I'll be able to do like 8 hours now. I'm able to do that shit if I hustle.
That is not bad for a side hustle. Especially because you can
And
do
now
it full time.
Yeah, and I got this little ass whip. It's just like so small and it uses no gas. It's perfect. And my lawyer's expensive as
Yeah, I believe
so,
it.
I mean, I gotta do what I gotta do, but I'm about to go in, man. I didn't accept, rejected all the offers, filed a lawsuit, $1.2 million, baby. Ow! You heard it here first.
I was like, bro, we shouldn't have heard that one, but
I hope they've been saving
that's
up.
pretty dope.
I hope they liquid it. They're gonna have to get to selling shit.
You don't have to deliver Uber Eats anymore.
They offered me up $200K, but only 100 was upfront. The other was contingent to them selling the company, and I was like, nah. Even if it wasn't, if it was 200K up front, I still would have rejected.
Nice strings. Nah, people don't hate Priuses anymore. They hate Teslas, bro. Prius people are cool now. You just can't have
Prius,
that little T on your hood, or you're screwed.
Yeah, all the OG drivers on like Uber and DoorDash, they're all in the Prius. Yeah, dude, my lawyer charges he usually charges $525. I got him down to like 400, 300, high 300s.
Hour?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But once the suit starts, it's going to be hybrid contingency. But that means when I make the Lutsky, I'm going to have to give him a lot of money. But
He
I'm
would
going to
have
stop
earned it at
showing
that
up.
point, you know?
Yeah, but then I can finally stop hustling, like running around like a madman once this lawsuit starts, because that's the whole reason I'm doing this driving right now, is just so I can pay for this pre-litigation bullshit.
Yeah.
And even though litigation is supposed to be more expensive, since I'm able to do it on contingency, now it's like the firm takes on more of the risk than I do.
So
I
it's
can
not
just
like
sit
full contingency. You got to pay for all the fines and the
I gotta pay for real
filing
minimal stuff,
fees
like
and
a
the
cap, yeah. But
court
it's
costs,
gonna
all
be
that
capped.
shit.
I'm not gonna have any surprises. It's gonna be capped on a monthly, and just like it's administrative stuff, and like when I'm serving the papers, like things like that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna pay for that, but everything else is gonna be like, on them. But after I'm gonna have to give them a big chunk, probably like 35-40%. Either that or shell out 100K or something like that, which I don't feel like doing. And even if you pay, the thing is, having contingency is so much better. Like, I mean, you might not win as much in your pocket, but you have that assurance that the lawyer got something to win, so he's not
Nah,
just
you
like
gotta,
burning the clock.
yeah. You gotta give him a reason to work.
Yeah, because if he's just on the clock, like, all right, hourly, bang, bang, yeah, let me just take my time on this email, take my time on this phone call, and the results really don't matter
Block.
as long
Can you
as
please help
I stay
understand what is
active.
Asia in your chart and
But then
how
when they
high
know they get
BTC goes
bread,
tonight?
if they
Smile.
win, then the results matter.
Yeah. That was the start of the Asian session, SMS. So we were in that gap between US and Asian market maker sessions, and we were waiting for Asia to come in to see what their intentions are for the night. We expected it to stay dead until Asia came on, so that's why it was on the chart, just to give people a heads up to when price action would pick up a little bit. How high can it go tonight? I don't know, bro. We've got those sell walls above us. Like, this is really, on this episode of Bulls versus Bears, the Bulls need to get over 2,000 Bitcoin and organize an attack at this wall, or we're not going anywhere. Right? If we do get above, we'll get rewarded by a nice vector gap, target 488. But if we don't, I think this is the high for the week, guys. As of right now, this is the high for the week if we can't break the I guess I shouldn't say for the week. From now to like midweek, I would expect a 3-day reversal from this point.
You heard the man, all you Bitcoin maxis. It's now or never.
Reversal which way? Where are we going?
Yeah. From 8:30 until 2:30 in the morning, SMS, East Coast time. This is when the Asian market makers are in session. Then UK takes over until US open, and then US until 5. They stay on a little bit longer than Legacy does.
The dominance shooting up again.
Yeah, dominance is dumb, bro. I don't even want to look over there. It's on the chart because it has to be, but I don't even want to look at it right now.
ETH was looking all right though. There was something about the SEC and ETH and staking. I didn't catch the whole thing. But it got postponed or something. They were supposed to talk about ETH staking. The new guy who's in charge of took what's his name's job? Gensler.
Cole, I'm looking at like between 81 and 82. Low 80s. But I don't think we hit I think 81 will be our low for the week. I have to take a look and see what we have for vectors. I know we've got this demand zone here at 81.3. I think has a really good chance of holding. What we really want to do is come down and put in a higher low. Yeah. That's all we're trying to do here. Trying to make sure that this bottom that we caught is truly the bottom, and that we don't break structure here by putting in a lower low. This doesn't. We could put in a lower low than here. That's not a big deal. But we don't want to, we want to end up in this range. So for me, it's between this demand and this demand zone that hold. If we turn on the 4 hour and look at a bigger time frame, it would be coming down to these two ranges, right? This high or this high. So either mid 81s or mid 82s. But let's get this high out of the way first before we start future tripping on where the bottom's going to be. This pattern, in my opinion, is doomed to fail, just so you know. I put it there because it's there, but it is doomed to fail. The measured move from this symmetrical would take us probably close to 90 or 87-ish. But more importantly, it would take us through that sell wall, which I don't really see as being possible right now. But that's what the chart is painting. And for that move up to continue, you want to keep these green lasers green. You can, on any liquidity website, if you want to see what it looks like on the heat map, this is what that wall looks like that's sitting above us. I just aggregated all the cells, all the cell walls that are there. But you can go to CoinGlass and see it for free. It's the RK10 MA ribbon, but you got to turn everything off. It's got some horrible buy and sell signals attached to it. You don't want those. Just trust me when I tell you, turn them off immediately if you're going to use it. All this is doing is showing the EMAs and what direction they happen to be pointing at, right? Without having to have the entire ribbon. That way you can know when your lower time frame EMAs are starting to flip. I feel like they're going to try it. I don't think it's going to be successful, and that might be the hesitation that we're seeing. Because had this sell wall not be here, I think we'd have a lot more people hitting long after we retested the break of that symmetrical, right? We broke out of that symmetrical, came back, retested, took the 50. But where's the volume? Right? So I think the market's looking at this and saying, well, it's a good setup, but I don't know if we're going to have what it takes. So is it worth it to even swing at it or not? There's a nice reward, though. I mean, getting above that sell wall, in my opinion, gets us to 88. So if whales can manage to push that and get through these liquidations, I mean, we will have a nice squeeze. I don't know if y'all nerd out the way I do, but this shit is like a movie to me. Like it looks boring and it's going side to side, but when you dig underneath and realize like what's really happening in real time.
Yeah, I was just zooming out right now in the 6 hour, and I was actually like kind of bugging out on this, that I've been really saying like, oh, we have to hit the previous resistance. But now I just zoomed out on the 6 hour for some reason, and I'm noticing that the first peak of March 13th, 2024, when we hit that high of 73K, is I think that's high enough. And then the drop we just had right now on April 8th, that was low enough that took us to 74,485 ish. That kind of, when you look at it and you draw a line there, even though there's little distance in between, I think that's enough for it to say that their previous resistance has been tested as support already. What would you say? I mean,
It's pretty close. I mean, it's
right?
close. It's within
It's
the
like,
margin of error, and we've been front run both to the top and the bottom so many times.
because I just kind of squeezed in the 6 hour, you know, and just squeezed it like, you know, and fit everything in the screen. And it just looks like, it's like, hey, man, if you draw a line there, it's pretty much touching it. So,
Yeah.
and not only that, you have another hit too that touches on 31st of October. And that's a pretty nice hit right there off that resistance. And then we broke it, bang, November 7th.
Trying to find this BTC chart. It's not that it's an advantage, Stormboy, is that the percentages that they need to be okay to jump in are just less than the percentages we need because the money that they're using is bigger, right? So where you might want another 3 or 4%, they're more than happy to take. They're more than happy to take what they've already been given. Yeah. Oh, I found it. There we go.
Ozone. Look at that. Look at that chart. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I thought I wasn't gonna find this.
Dude, the body of that candle closed on that box. On the
I
bottom
know.
of the
I'm
box.
looking at it right now.
Bro, that's a cheat code, dude.
Yo, Jeff Bezos screwed it all up, man. He spent all that money just to fall when he got out of the space shuttle. He screwed it all up. Do you guys see that footage?
Nah, I didn't, but that's like negative 1,000 aura.
Dude, think about it. Like, you just spent so much loosies to make yourself look good going up in space in a little capsule top of a dildo. You come back down, land, you step out of the capsule, and you're going to greet your wife for her to kiss you and like, oh, you know, my hero. And you fall on your knees. Come on, dog.
No, it's bad, bro.
You can't do that, man. You got to watch where you're walking in those moments, man.
You just erased the whole everything that
Exactly.
happened before.
Totally. Now I'm just like in the news cycle. It's like nobody even knew what happened. Now they know because he fell, and that's it. You know, it's like, yo, Elon probably loved that one.
I mean, according to that, yeah, I don't know. What do you think we get a a pump outside of the downtrending resistance?
I don't know. It looks like we're getting to the peak of what should have been our last little pump once we get into the, and then we
Yeah,
have
and
a
then
retracement and then another move. And then that's the end. At this point, by February
Yeah.
25th, things start ticking up. And
Feb?
look, you see that run flat right there where price just goes sideways? Look at the days that it
Yes.
is. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The weekend
April.
trap is
Oh my
baked in.
God.
Look here, Friday,
You're
Saturday,
kidding
Sunday.
me.
It's baked in all the way up. Look here, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Look at this next run flat. Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
How is this possible?
Dbloc, you found it.
Every once in a while, I find something that makes me want to throw all my TA tools away. Like you've been wasting your time doing all of this when the big money has literally just been sitting on their ass.
So
Following
that
a
looks
few
like the
simple
Narnia,
pivots.
April 25th.
I mean, it could go before, but I can't imagine that it takes too much long after. You know what I mean? It could go before, but if it doesn't, I can't
Yeah.
imagine that this runs flat or drops after.
Yes. No, definitely a high low, whichever way it goes. What if it goes before? What I'm thinking is that little hump now that you see where we are.
Yeah.
We actually get a bit higher push of price and we break the downtrending resistance. And then that final dip is a retest of the resisted downtrending resistance line as a bullish retest.
And then just to go back and look at the last time that we had this. Let me get a longer chart without forgetting which one this is. What is this? Coinbase. BLX is going to be a little bit delayed, but I want to see. Oh, we can't see it on the daily. Damn it. We'll go to Bitstamp. So we can go back and look at the times in history where we've had those upticks. I love Bitstamp. Nice long Bitcoin chart.
This Bitcoin weekly RSI is looking pretty good.
So this was all regular. All right, this is starting to look more like. So the last time we had this uptick, we were basically waiting for the bottom on Bitcoin, right? If you had been following for the most part, it happened actually before the uptick, which makes sense because I think this was the institutional front run, and that money didn't give a damn about M2. But just looking at the uptick, we did go from 15 to around 31K. And then the next time we had a move like that on M2.
Yeah, I'm looking at this triple bottom on the weekly RSI that if it happens the same way it happened back in oh man, this weekly RSI looks really good on Bitcoin.
So you see the move up on M2 here, that was from 41K to 73K. Sort of a comparable uptick from the one that we're waiting for.
Wait,
and
the one behind, the one that's behind is which one's that one?
The green one is M2.
Okay.
Hold on. Why won't it let me? Okay, I think I need to do this. Yeah, so that move here, which is the last time M2 made the move that we were looking for, took us from 59K to 107. Now we're waiting for our next leg up.
Yeah, is there a way we could see the weekly RSI on your chart with that same setup? Or no, I guess we can't because you'd have to be on the weekly time frame.
So yeah, you'd have to change it to the week. But I know the weeklies are slammed.
Yeah, the weekly, I just put on the weekly. I was looking at these RSIs and it's just, if it does what it's doing the last 3 times it's been down here, it's going to take us to 120, 130K.
How many days ago was this?
But I guess there's
what that will do is take us to our blow off top.
How did you get the target for the M2? Was that just the way it is?
This is my guess on where we're gonna top out, where global M2 will top out at.
Okay, so you're just estimating the overlay as to where it'll end out?
Yeah, yeah. So let's say if we did, and we set the price up the way it should be. I won't, this thing is really bugging me right now. Go auto. There you go. You come down to here. That on. Would be about 150 Bitcoin, 150K, which is kind of my target. And this was our worst case scenario that we were looking at before, obviously. Breaking that support, come back down in this range, selling a kidney, buying as much Bitcoin as possible.
Is it possible to go back to 2021 bull run and see what the money supply did during that top?
Yeah. Was here.
big buys coming in. Not really, but a little bit.
So global liquidity continued to rise even after, well, yeah, even after, I'd say 3 or 4 months after, it was still sort of going up. But remember, we were just coming out of COVID, and this is when all the alts ran, all the gaming, NFTs, everything that ran after Bitcoin took its, last hit. And then at this point, yeah, you were done. Everything was done.
Is that so? Theoretically,
but I do honestly, what I've been thinking about though is that I think each cycle is gonna have a different overlay. Right, the speed at which money moves through governments and banks is gonna be different during different cycles. So for all we know, this should have been on a different overlay at this time to match up the best, right? Because we're already past. This tells us in the last 720 days we're 80% correlated. But if you run it back from where we are now, You know, that's over 1,500 days. So we could have had a completely different correlation during this bear market. A different offset, I should say.
Yeah,
So
I gotcha.
I'm gonna be flexible with the offset going forward. Like, I don't care how perfect it works. I'm not gonna get married to the idea of a 105-day offset. You know what I mean?
Right, like it can fluctuate, and for this correction,
It
it
just
was
happens to be,
105.
yeah. Luckily, now we have the
Um,
tools to find the correlation if we decorrelate. But what we got to be careful is that we're not daily chasing the most perfect correlation, right? We got to do this on like a monthly time frame, weekly, monthly,
yeah,
maybe even once a cycle.
it'll be good for trying to find the top eventually.
Yeah.
But theoretically, that money supply can just keep going up, right? Like it.
As
I
long as
mean,
the money
it's
supply goes up, people's appetite for risk assets will stay there.
right. Because I mean, just looking at that money supply chart compared, back to 21, it looks like it had even the money supply had a bit of a parabola curve up into 2021 and then just blasted.
That's because, yeah,
See that?
because of COVID.
And do you I kind of see that now,
It's
like
the
a
money
parabola
printing.
forming.
But what I'm saying is, what if the offset was a 45-day offset instead of, or what if we were running, because of the speed of money, because of how much money was flowing through the system, what if it was something crazy like a 15-day offset or something? Where the top of global M2 would have been our dead cat bounce. And then it was all over after that.
Yeah.
So without
I
knowing
mean,
exactly what offset it was running, it's hard to sort of come back and look at it.
and if a recession happens, because I read that sometimes people put their money into gold during a recession, and I think bonds, if I'm not mistaken.
Do I have to say I've been trying not to say the bad thing out loud, but
The R word?
no, chances are that we're already in a recession, and we've been in a recession for over a year.
Kind of feels like it.
Whenever, I mean, if you just take if you take everything off the table, all the metrics, and just how does it feel? You know what I mean? And then when you go back to look at the metrics, like the metrics are always off. By the time that everybody agrees we're in a recession, we've already been through the worst of it. What we're in right now is the parabolic part of a recession, where you get one last sort of blow off top that collapses, and then everybody starts to admit, oh, we're in a recession, we're in a recession. But how long have these heads been saying that, all our recession indicators are on fire? Like this since 2023. But we didn't want to stop the party, so we ignore them. There's enough money flowing around the system that we didn't have to wait for global liquidity. There's still enough dollars floating around from COVID that we had the party, in the Fed's face, basically.
Do you think people will hedge into Bitcoin during a recession?
To be
Forgive you?
honest, we won't. If I have to say now, looking back history, let's say we roll forward a year, they say we're in a recession, we go 2 years, 3 years forward, all the historians tell us what we already know, the recession probably started in 2023 or whatever. We will look back at Bitcoin and we'll judge it and see that was it a hedge against inflation. And yeah, there's really no way to look at it except for yeah. Right? Ever since COVID, for the most part, except for a 1-year period, Bitcoin's been the perfect hedge against inflation, which is all you're really looking for in a recession, right? And maybe that'll explain why, aside from quantitative tightening, why this was such a Bitcoin-centric run. Yeah, it's nice. Let's see, if we're right about M2 and everything getting up and getting that 150, then we have to sort of correct this bottom here. And this would be in October, so let me get this date accurate. November. This is not financial advice.
That's just a 60% pullback.
I haven't finished. But yeah, that would just that would just be 60%. I think that I'm personally probably going to target between 70 and 70, between 65 and that 77% that we got last time. I'm expecting severe diminishing returns to the downside on Bitcoin, just because I don't trust that institutions are going to wait as long as we are to get back in. So, just to do a rough back of the napkin sort of.
It looks almost like a 618 or a 73, just about 618.
Hold on, let me get the timing right. Right.
Yeah, man. I decided that's close enough. We don't have to visit 769.
Now we're
That's,
good.
yeah, you bears are slaughtered. I'm never coming back. Technology.
This looks like, yeah, I mean, honestly, I expect the top to be what we've seen this whole time. Right? We've had on a bigger scale fractaling over and over. Check this out. We had our first parabolic move. Right? And then we had our consolidation with an M pattern that swept the ranges. Right? And then that goes into a bull flag. So parabolic move, consolidation swept the ranges, bull flag consolidation. Parabolic move. Consolidation, swept the ranges into another bull flag. Okay. Then we had another parabolic move into a range, swept the ranges. What's supposed to come next? What's supposed to come next?
Dump it.
Wait, not yet, hold up.
So, in my opinion, this is what we see next.
That was pretty good.
In my opinion, we go to and strictly in my opinion, made stupid calls before. But we just repeat what we did, right? This parabolic move here up to this bull flag. If we just keep fractaling it, nothing it hasn't done before. That makes sense. And that would take us to the end of our TP ranges for our current bull market. And then you have to ignore everybody up here that's telling you that this shit's going to $1,000. I mean that it's going to $1 million. And another thing we're gonna watch out for is this area right here. Right? In between that parabolic run, we are gonna have a retracement. And when we turn on our offset, we see it in the offset as well on the daily. I'll just pull it up so you can see. Right, so as that dip comes, look, we even have, it even matches the damn, I'm so done with this shit. This shit. It even matches the damn bull flag that we have in the middle. We'll see, man. It's gonna be fun to watch this play out. Gonna be happier to do it with a better bunch of peoples. But we do have to, you know, as of right now, if we follow M2 the way we have been, we've just broken all-time highs for Bitcoin as far as M2 goes.
What up? What up?
What's going on, brother?
How's it looking like?
I can't call it, man. It's doing what it does right now. We're trying to see if we can get over this big ass cell wall that we have above us, but it doesn't look promising.
I'll try to call it. I'll say we get a bounce at 84,560. Range between that and 85,200 for another hour, 2 hours.
Yeah.
And then probably by like midnight, hopefully break that 85,200. If not, I'm selling everything.
Yeah, we've got those licks beneath us, the longs, which look pretty enticing before taking the shorts.
Yeah, like I said, 3-day down. What we're trying to figure out right now for the rest of the day, what time is it? 10? Really only like an hour. And if I'll call it as soon as we hit soon as Tuesday hits. But for the most part, I'm already looking at this as being our top for the week. Which means that if we can go back now, we can finally mark this move as our false move week beginning. All right, let's go back to the weekend trap and see how it played out. We had our trap longs, our trap shorts. Came down, created this cup and handle within the weekend trap, freed the trap long, so we signaled the false move week beginning to the top side. Couldn't get above this massive wall that we have here. 861 is where we topped out. And then we put in a lower high. Right, so as long as we trend down for the next 3 days, then so far the weekend traps worked out perfect. We even came back to close CME, right as CME closed. I think the inability to continue that false move up has more to do with this sell wall than anything else. I don't know if market maker's in a big hurry to fill that by himself, and if there's no desire to push, you know, he's gonna go to the path of least resistance, in my opinion, which at the moment seems to be sideways or down. The reason that we've been going sideways so long, when you look at these liquidations, look at our 3-day. So we're trapped between what were two really big pulls, but every time we go up to the top, we take a little chunk, right? Take a little chunk, and if we go to the 12-hour, you can see the same sort of deal. Just eating liquidity as we go sideways.
Is there any new information on OM?
Not that I've seen. From what I listened to a whole podcast. I guess there is new information, but it's not. It depends if you believe it. The owner's sitting there saying, "Look, there was a group of traders." He's not saying they're insiders. He won't claim to responsibility of knowing who these traders were, but he keeps referring to them as a large group of traders that were liquidated on OM positions that they had collateralized to get in other trades. So they took OM, used as a collateral to borrow, to buy, to get money to to trade other plays, and they got liquidated, and somehow they all got liquidated at the same time, and it caused the cascading effect. Sounds like a bunch of bullshit, bro. I'll be completely honest with you. He could be telling the truth, but my bullshit meter was going off like crazy listening to him talk.
Sound like Beneath.
It was like, he go look at Banter had him on there, Rand had him on there. I was Googling to see if he had spoken anywhere, and I guess he went on Banter. So Banter spent like 10 minutes shilling Luna, saying it's not over, and then brought him on.
Has the supply been switched?
I mean, it's in the team that we were trading in here earlier. Is halfway through this trade, right? Like we were looking at maybe getting back up to 78 for that resistance, but I think it's too late to do it now. We're already losing momentum here, so it's probably going to roll over for the most part. But it did clear most of that first vector anyways.
Would that be Adam and Eve on the 15-minute, and we're in the middle of Eve? If you zoom out a little bit. So Adam is on the far left of the screen.
Oh, so you're looking at, yeah, we looked at this earlier. I can't remember who it was. Somebody said it. We looked at it and we inverted the chart. This is going to have to do with, news event is going to push this, right? We need answers to what happened, and honestly, the community has to believe him. Right now, nobody believes him. Everybody's calling bullshit on Twitter. It's a damn shame, man. They took a lot of goodwill and flushed it if they really did this on purpose.
What's that? Is that OM?
Yeah.
But the amount of
What
buying volume is disgusting at these levels.
Hmm.
Like when you compare those volume bars to previous volume bars,
has anything changed the tokenomics of the project?
No.
The supply, anything? Supply is the same?
Yeah. There's actually an unlock coming soon. Can you imagine, bro? You've been waiting for that. There's an airdrop or something coming soon for OM or an unlock to devs. I can't remember who the unlock is for. It's not the devs either. It's to can't remember because people were talking about them getting screwed because they dumped it before the unlock. So it's basically like they dumped it before getting dumped on. Yeah, Freeman, I call that the stripper heel. It's like you got the stripper pole and then her foot sticking out the bottom, and you don't know if she's done spinning or.
Well, you know, the other day I did a little test. I bought 20 cents on leverage of OM on 50x, and my 20 cents went up to like $8.
Well, yeah, it 3x'd off the
And
bottom.
I came to look at it, and they came all the way back to my entry at 54
Yeah.
earlier today.
Why
to my
didn't you
surprise.
Why didn't you put at least like $1 or something, or like $10 in it?
It was a test.
It was all about catching it. That day, if you can remember, we had the chart and we were literally sitting here, right? And every low we were drawing the uptrend, and it was 3 strikes. Like you gotta swing. If you're gonna swing, if you're gonna catch knives, everybody who's new, earmuffs. Okay, put your ears up. Put your hands up to your ears. Don't listen to the next 30 seconds. If you're gonna swing at these things, you gotta be aggressive, right? Which means you gotta catch your uptrends, and if they don't catch, then you're out. No problem. But eventually what happens is one of them's going to catch, you know, and the third one caught.
Well,
so you would have swung, got stopped out, swung, got stopped out, swung, 3x. All right, new people, you can listen again.
Yeah, I swung
I don't
one.
know, man. I did too. It was a test swing, and to me, after seeing what I saw, I don't think it's gonna hold now. I think it's coming back down. I think it's coming all the way down. I think it's coming down even more. I think another nasty, vicious dump is on the way after what I've seen. It couldn't hold that. I mean, come on now. Was that not cheap enough? Please. Get out of here.
The problem is that the main problem is that the trust is gone. And once the trust is gone, it's really hard. You know?
I didn't have no trust. That's why I only did 20 cents.
No, I'm not talking about that. I mean, in the project itself, like you're talking about one of the largest scale RWA projects, which means these institutions, these corporations, these whatever it is, real estate firms, whatever you want to, tokenize, has to trust the project. They kind of just shitted on that.
Yeah, it's
you know
dead.
what I mean?
It's
like,
dead.
So even if it's not their fault, like I don't know how it could recover in the eyes of their customers, not us, the traders, but the people who they're trying to do business with.
I want to compare it to like that $8 Solana, but if that's the case, then this is like Solana.
Well, no, Solana got to those prices over a year during a bloody bear market with 3 exchange collapses. This got to it in a 15-minute candle.
Yeah. Damn, it took a year for that to get to $8. I didn't feel like it took a year.
Yeah, it was the whole bear market, probably a little bit longer. And it wasn't, and the fault that it went down wasn't, let's say, their fault, right? Like, there still hasn't been found any connection directly between SBF and Solana. He just preferred them, and he was sort of artificially pumping the price with synthetic Bitcoin. But They just happen to be the one that he picked, right? It's not like he had anything to do with the project.
Fine. So let me ask you this then: what if you had to give a percentage? What do you think the chances of this damn thing surviving?
Bro, you want me to give you more than a 50-50?
Okay, that's fine. I'll take it.
50-50 is what we have just off board.
I figured.
50-50. It could either go up or it could go down.
I figured you were going to say
Now,
that.
if you're asking me what are the chances that it gets back up to its all-time high, 0%.
Oh, no. I'm not even looking at that.
What are the chances that it moves up enough for you to make a little bit of money? That's a little bit better, right? There's a little bit more chance that happens. But, because remember, to go down, I mean, you would have to get back up to all-time highs. That was at, what, like 9? You need a 13x.
That's what I'm saying. If you wanted to, but if you want to look at that vector candle all the way down, I mean, you could, if you believe in that strategy, couldn't you technically say halfway?
Yeah, but it's not like
there's nothing technical.
It's not like they have a reason to go up, right? Liquidity was matched on the way down because there was no way that the price wouldn't have moved if it hadn't been. But it's not like that left a massive gap that has to be filled. People still have to remember, market maker's not going to pay for the whole trip. So losing retail or losing, your customer base basically will cause for that not to, they'll go up and get, I mean, they did a 3x trying to recover as much as they could. And they could possibly go up more, but they're only going to pay for part of the trip. There's no way in hell market maker sends this thing 10x just to recover his vectors.
Well, they got rid of me at 54, so we'll see.
It's something worth watching every day. It's worth watching the volume. It's worth watching, the activity. I do expect it to have a pump day every once in a while, but as it slowly collapses into the depth of nothingness.
Look at that liquidation party to the downside. I guess there's some up there too. Hard to say.
Yep.
I mean, as disgusting as it is, I almost want to say down. How bad can it get? 90, what are you going to, 200% down?
On what?
OM.
The thing can go down forever, bro. This thing could go down another 99% from here. This thing could literally go down another 99% from here.
Now that people are trying to take out.
The mistake that a lot of people make is that they'll take it and they'll look and they'll be like, look, oh, it's already down 94%. How much more could it go down? Bro, look at what happens to the percentages you go down.
Imagine you were a whale. Try to step out. Look, step out of your shoes a little bit. And just imagine this, that you're one of the whales in that. Now, right now, and today, after you've been through everything yesterday and the day before, are you going to try to buy more? Or are you going to try to get out with what you got? And if you still have, let's say, you everything done, but you were such a whale that you still got $5 million worth of it right now at this market cap, would you try to shill it on Twitter and pump it and tell your homies and try to get it back, or would you just try to exit that 5 million?
Yeah, it's that bad because I see them on Twitter.
I would have been out, bro. And then look, 94% down, right? Now look at what happens here. Oh wait, how is it? How can I go another 94% down if I already went down 94% down?
Oh God.
And then that's the math that kills people, right? That's what people don't understand.
Dude, there was people that had this one. I saw a guy on Twitter talking about that he had millions in it, and it's down to the 100,000, 200,000 or something.
Yeah, crypto is so liquid. Things trillions of dollars could get wiped in a second. It's crazy.
He's threatening. They're threatening to sue and all of that.
Good luck.
that they probably can't do. That's what they're saying.
If it's true and that money was in the hands of
Okay.
traders, even though those traders were probably insiders and they over leveraged their mantra, is to me what it sounds like is insiders took their coins that they were way up on, right? Because OM was pumping while Bitcoin was taking a shit. So they were way up on their mantra. They went and they took collateralized loans on them and they degened with those loans. And they must have degened in something that went to shit. I don't know if they degened back into OM, which is possible, right? Take a collateralized loan, take the money, use it to put in longs on OM, super degen, and then once those start liquidating, then it creates a cascade effect sort of thing. That's what the head of OM is saying. What he's not admitting to is that group of traders were insiders because they couldn't have had that many coins, right? 90% of it was in the team's hands. So those traders that he's talking about had to be the team.
All right, I've seen enough. This thing is dead.
Yeah, don't even look at it anymore.
I want to go short.
Look, if we're wrong and that shit really does 13x, I'll be more than happy to jump in on the 4th or 5th x and just get 10x. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to catch the very bottom of that shit to feel like I did something.
I longed
I'm looking for it to pump up, triple top or whatever the hell that is, and then go short.
Now that might be a better trade.
With $1.
If this thing 3x's again out of nowhere, that short is going to be juicy.
Yep, and I'm coming. $1.50x. All right, fine, $5.
Come on, Bitcoin, don't make me sell my Moodang.
Bitcoin's in an ellipsis still on the 1 hour or the 30-minute. And those are typically continuation patterns.
Yeah, if Asia does their typical here, they're going to consolidate, which means that we'll be back in the situation of waiting for UK to come in and push.
Can we look at Beam?
Big time, you said?
If not, it's okay. Oh no, hell no. Beam.
Yeah, we were looking at Beam earlier.
We want to hear that name again.
So Beam, we were hoping would hold this 50 and put in the right side of this W. The invalidation for Beam is at 005. If that clips, then we still have to find the bottom here. Yeah.
See the lower high there.
Yeah, Beam Beam BTC looks pretty interesting though.
Thank you. I'm going to go buy a little bit of it. Add to my collection. Buying now.
There we go. There's some buyers that are coming in a little bit.
The top of the ellipse pattern for Bitcoin is 86,900 about.
There we go. Bottom. I'm getting closer to my 1 million goal every day. Not bad, 50, 58. It's all right. Take it. Yeah, just in case. Buy a little bit. I still, that's funny. I just bought a little bit, but I still don't really want to do that W. I would prefer to go down.
That's when you're in a good seat when you're DCAing and you've got money left to DCA more, and if it goes up,
Yes.
cool, but if it goes down, even better.
Yeah, it'd be better to go down than do it later. Oh, I don't need that much. I only need another little more in a rack, and I'll be there. I'm being pretty cheap here. To get it over with, but yeah, wait, I guess.
I'm about to just start tying my BTC holding to what the dominance is at. Actually, I'm holding more
My
BTC
God.
than 63% right now. But that's not a bad measure, yo. Dominance is at 63%. 63% of your
Damn.
portfolio in Bitcoin is probably not a horrible idea.
Look at that. What's the all-time high in dominance?
74 was the last one. But I mean, all-time high was 100%, right? When it was only Bitcoin.
Well, I'm not going to count that.
And then it went to 90s, and then it went to 70s. And diminishing returns should have said that we topped out already. But the idea of dominance going back up to 74, where it was when we only had 4,000 altcoins, should throw that whole idea of there being too many altcoins right out the window. That lets you know that the majority of those coins are just dead zombie coins.
Okay. Play it like that. Looking pretty toppy, dominance.
Yeah, Ramen. Lower high, lower low, do the hokey pokey and turns itself around and then just goes sideways. What it's all about.
Like caramba.
Doesn't help that the point of control for this range is running smack dab through the middle of this price action. Like if we just ignore everything else and look at the visible range. It tells you everything you need to know there. Well, it's interesting that you say it feels like the weekend because we're basically trapped on top of that weekend range that market maker has created for the last couple weeks. Remember, we looked at this. All of our weekend traps right here in the same area, right? Right at 84. So every weekend range has been captured inside that range right there. So yeah, I agree. It does feel like we're in a weekend trap.
I did a short on this coin called Prompt. PROMPT. It's doing pretty good.
Yeah, definitely hit the like button, guys. We got 151 people in here and only 51 likes.
Prompt is kind of feeling like Tut. I don't know if you remember Tut.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember
Well,
Tut.
I destroyed Tut. I'm out of it, but Tut is totally toasted. Yeah. Poor Tut. Now I got the new one. It's called Prompt.
151 Bitcoin bought.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Let's go, baby.
That's cool, but we need those deep pockets up here at that sell wall, man. I hope he didn't spend all his little money.
I told you I'm calling up my homies from Romania.
Oh, that little green candle there? Let's see what I got. $5.
I mean, with the RSI sitting where it is right now, specifically with this type of liquidity that we have, we've never had Bitcoin pump unless the likes were over 100. I don't make up the rules, it's just macro analysis.
What about the weekly RSI?
Nah, the likes still have to be over 100 or the weekly RSI is like on pause. It's like this weird thing that happens if the YouTube likes don't get up high enough. I'll be right back, y'all. Give me a second.
Damn, old man.
Dbloc's deploying some capital to break this resistance. Watch out. Big buys.
What did you buy?
I'm in something that's not moving right now, but I just want Bitcoin to hold up. I'm in Mudang. I've been scalping that.
Oh, that's right. Let me look at it.
It's just sitting there at 2.6, around 2.6 right now. Oh, we just broke 5 weekly zones. We broke the 85,200. Now we got another.
Dominance is just driving it up there. Look at it go.
We got another resistance at 85,790 and at 85,553.
Good little pullback up, Udang.
Mudang and the dang, diggy diggy.
Turned around at 36 on you. Boy. Could be a triple bottom on Mudang. 0.25.
Yeah, it's hanging on a thread right now.
And then you had 0.25, 0.258, and then you had 0.2618. Oh, I don't know, because they just gave you 0.2606, and that's lower than that one in the middle. 0.2616. That's not progress. Just take a chance. maybe you'll get 0.29 out of it.
Man, I'm riding this to 60 cents. What are you talking about?
Ooh, let me see where that's at.
Look how it launched. It went up to like $2 or something, 260 or something like that.
I think you're going to be better off thinking about 48.
Yeah, I was looking
0.48.
at 48. I was, I'm kidding a little bit with that 60, but it did go up to $2 or something. So
Yeah, it could go sick with it if maybe you get lucky. But definitely, I mean, damn, they gave up on 0.36 though. That was the chance to go.
yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I took a little bit of profit there too, though. At 0.34, I took profit.
That's a good move if you were down there.
Well, yeah, because I was scooping up low. I was scooping up even at like 2.25, 0.23.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Right on that little dip right there. That was actually a perfect entry. You got to take that all the way up. You didn't even have much pushback up to the 35.
Well, I started the April 7th accumulation basically. That's like April 6th and April 7th. That's when I was really getting my feet in there.
I see the way you said the 6. Damn, 67 cents. Holy shit.
I wasn't able to get that.
I see that. Damn, what a double top up there. The super M.
Oh, you're looking at the top, yeah. Looking on a historical chart on like not on Coinbase because Coinbase listed it late. If you look on CoinMarketCap, you could see it. It pumped.
I'm just looking on weeks. I can't go back that far. I don't want to do all that right now. I'm seeing over here. 10/23/2024. 7 cents. Damn, it's cheap. You got beyond to something here. See what you're seeing. Look at that average right here. What is this? 5-day. 0.74. Could give you that. My God, this thing is sick. And this is one of those coins where all the supply is already out. So what's to say it can't do it again and go up to 70? Meme coin tokenomics. Somebody start a party. Before you know it, you'll be up there testing 0.26. That's a 10x.
Well, I'm going to start getting aggressive. I haven't really been aggressive on Twitter, but I'm just waiting to accumulate a little bit more. And then once I have big enough bag, I'm really going to get aggressive on my shilling.
Yeah, but it's got, what's the market cap?
That's probably around 25 million or something like that. 20 between 20 and 25 million. Probably like 20.
Oh, it's a lot.
Yeah.
A lot littler. That's a lot littler than I remember. Because I could have sworn I remember seeing 200 on this.
Oh yeah, this thing was running when it launched.
I knew it was. Damn, they came up to 70, brought the damn thing all the way back down to, what's that?
Yeah, it hit like 2.5 billion. I think 2.5 billion market cap.
Yeah. 70 all the way down to 29 and then all the way back up to 70 again.
Yeah.
And now it's nothing but down. If you would have been short there, you would have been laughing.
Got a phone call.
And nothing. You wouldn't even have been nothing to scare you off. Damn. What a freaking psycho chart. Wick to 36. I like it. Hold on 1 minute. Do something. Tell you what. Three. $23.05. Ooh. So we
The Bulls.
Dbloc around?
What?
No, Dbloc's not around at the moment.
I don't know. I don't know. I just got back on right now too.
These bulls are really trying to push this. It's going to be tough to push it any higher, but looking at this weekly RSI, I second guess myself, and I'm thinking maybe, just maybe, if it's not a fake bullish, situation, a real bullish situation. Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in.
I'm trying to get a massive position on not coin. Is it a coin or not? That's what I'm trying to figure out though. But just looking at it on the weekly, it's in a massive bullish wedge flag.
Token?
Not coin.
Not?
Yeah.
Mm.
It's the meme coin for the ton network.
Yeah, I know.
Not yeah, it's ton backwards. I didn't even know that. I didn't realize that. And the logo is an upside down ton logo.
Yep.
Measured move of that bullish wedge flag on the log chart is to 7 cents. And it's currently 1/10 of a cent. 17 tenths of a cent.
Oh, Bitcoin's still creeping up.
Notcoin can also have a bullish divergence on the weekly with if the stochastics turns around here. I'm putting my stop loss below the low. And that was set at 15.99. And that's not financial advice either. Just like to share what I'm doing sometimes.
Does anyone know what these cell walls are?
The bears have been defending their liquidity at those levels.
Thank you.
You mean at 85.5, like the 85,500? Or on Dbloc's chart?
That's what I was guessing earlier. If it was only going to come and fill that last little vector gap above that target 3, right above where we're at, not even touch any of those upper tops, just come up and clear that tiny vector gap. Because there's a pretty big gap. There isn't too many liquidations to clear in between from here all the way up there. There's not too many shorts that can be liquidated. So what makes more sense for the market maker?
Market maker gets wrecked sometimes too.
Well, also let's look at volume. Volume isn't that large right now too. So
In regards to your question about the sell wall as well, Dbloc said we need to start seeing buy orders on the tape that are matching essentially the sells that are up at those levels. So all of those sales get absorbed.
And then he put Asia on the top of this symmetrical triangle target. Is he thinking Asia's going to pull it up there?
There we go. He's live.
Got it.
Those trading session indicators are so cool. Dang, Dbloc, you got the best indicators, bro, online. The lasers, everything, bro. Money supply.
It's a quiet night. Chart looks like it's getting ready for like a big news event. The way it's just going sideways.
Yeah, what's the saying? News follows charts.
I guess so.
We all know, though, when it sits up here too long, it's totally ripe to get dumped on.
Hopefully we can get that 89K soon.
Hey guys, just woken up. Is there any update on BTC and Ethereum?
Yeah, it looks like market makers want short liquidity, but we have some sell walls above us, so we're observing those sell walls to see how much rejection we get. If you look at Dbloc's chart, you'll see.
Okay, so we're basically targeting 85,500 or 85,600 for the short term. For the medium term,
Whoa, those are some big wolves there.
We have two measured moves that take us to 92,300-ish. One is the W that we set from the 6th of April to the 9th of April. And the other one is the bull flag continuation from 78K up to where we are, 85K. That bull flag takes us to the same target, just about. It's
Yep.
actually a bull pennant. Sorry, technically it's a bull pennant, not really a bull flag.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the update.
What are you looking at, like the 2 hour?
I see that more clearly on the 30-minute, but zoomed out. But you can see it on the 1 hour, even if you zoom in a little bit. But you'll see the W from the 6th of April to the 9th of April.
Yeah. We're waiting for that price target still, I guess.
Yeah, that's still in play. Think, I mean, to invalidate that, we'd have to drop below 74K. Below the bottom of the W. I could be wrong.
Is the measure move the whole W or is it just the smaller part in the inside?
It's the entire W from the bottom of the W to the top, measured from the top.
Okay, wow, then that's 92. That would work for me. Hopefully we can get it. It's supposed to be boring now. Like, I feel like all the storm is over, and then it's just supposed to be boring for a little bit, and then it's gonna slowly creep up. And we'll be at 100K before you know it, and then people will be following in at 120K. Rinse, repeat.
Or we can just wait for some news from Trump and then everything goes kaboom.
Yeah, hopefully. I think we slow creep up for a while, and then we'll probably get a nice news event. Maybe they'll start buying Bitcoin actually.
Or maybe we get 1,000% tariffs on everything. So just
That's a
overnight.
possibility too.
Don't forget about the money supply. I mean, we've followed that 105-day offset almost to a to a key. So it still calls for one more dip. So that's why I'm expecting, because look at where we are on the daily. We're literally testing that massive downtrending resistance. So this is a big level we're at. If we reject here, we're going to get quite a big retracement. But if we pump through this, it's a big psychological level. So we'll see I'm sure we'll see a lot of buys come in.
On my chart, we already broke the downtrend and we retested it.
Did you? I mean, yeah, I guess it also depends if you go through some wicks. Do some wicks go through your trend line?
I'm touching the top of every wick except for the one at April 2nd.
Okay, I see that wick. Yeah, I've even got my line above that wick, but we still have broken, like you said, we've broken that downtrend.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, we broke my downtrend on the daily, on Bitcoin daily, so my trend line got broke.
Yeah, mine too.
Once we get above 80, 89, then like we're good money. We're green. We're good to go.
Yeah, I'm expecting a pullback back to the trend line. So whatever the time frame determines that price is, but the trend line is actually my target. So bounce of support, and that would coincide with the money supply. That's sort of a pullback after the 92K if that plays out.
I mean, I don't think here, let me look at my chart, but I don't think money supply says another dip. Hold on. I could be wrong, but let me just check.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it says one more dip. Dbloc went over it like just a couple hours ago.
On my chart, it says, well, we got that first bottom. We had that first bottom on the March 11th. And then we had that top at 88, March 24th, 25th. And then we had the double bottom or the SFP, whatever, on the 9th, April 9th. And according to M2, we should be lower still. We should be at like 78, 79 going sideways. So maybe we do go to where we're supposed to be, which is 78, 79. But yeah, the two dips, they already happened. So I guess we're deviating a little bit from where we're supposed to be. But we already made that dip. I'm not sure if it means we're going to go back down because that's where M2 is, but we already made that dip.
What offsets are you on?
112 on the daily. I can share my chart if you want.
Yeah, sure. I'd like to see it.
I'll turn off all the drawings and shit so you can just see the M2 in the chart.
Yeah.
Here, I'll just screen share. And I can turn on the drawings if you want.
Okay, I see. So, see, I'm talking about that dip, a little bit right to the right. There, yeah, that one. That's
right.
The one that hey.
Right, I see that. Yeah, I mean,
That's what I think will be the downtrending resistance retest.
so you think we get like another, like a triple bottom essentially is what you're seeing?
It'll be a higher low, in my opinion. But a retest of the trend line or close to, or where the breakout of the trend line is.
Yeah. I like to keep my drawings off because I feel like I just confuse everybody when I turn them on.
So yeah, I mean, look at how even the trend line cuts through. Yeah, something like that, you know.
Yeah, you see the trend line though? I got the wicks touching, and then I just pretty much did that right there. And then you get the retest.
Yeah. No, it looks good. Yeah.
Yeah, but if we do come down, hey, what would it be if I did 8 hours instead of a day? Whatever, but yeah.
So I wonder if you draw a trend line on your money supply, what does that look like from the tops through the? See that, bro? Look at that retest. That's insane, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, that is pretty nuts.
What's going on, yo?
What's up, Dbloc?
Not a whole hell of a
Do you have
lot.
some chow?
Yeah, I was just doing some charting on the side, doing a little bit of research off the main screen.
I mean, this move up, I guess it would make sense if this move, like this was kind of just this, but overextended and very early. So I guess it would make sense if we get this next.
Why are you on such a
That's
late
done.
offset for that?
Oh, this is 112. Hold on.
That's what I'm saying.
It lines up.
You're doing it by eye.
Yeah, I'm just doing it by.
Okay,
See, it lines up on the
have
daily
you
with
checked
this
the
wick.
correlations though?
Yeah, like it lines up with this wick, and then it lines up with this bottom. Or not exactly, but you know, it comes within a day or two, and then a day or two down here, and then same thing here. But it lines up with this top nicely. That's why I put it there.
I think he's referring to the percentage correlation.
Yeah, that's
No,
not the
I haven't
highest.
checked that.
That's what I'm saying. It's not the highest correlation. The highest correlation right now is the 105. And there's some argument to be made that it's the 108. But I wouldn't deviate too far from those numbers. You got a 62% correlation in the last 30 days on 105. I'm sorry, on 108. 62, 77, 90, 82, 92, 89, 78. 105 is a little bit less than that, but I think it's more accurate in the long term. Yeah, so the lowers are higher, the last 30 days is less. We have to be careful not to start chasing every time it deviates, looking for another offset that makes it make sense, right? These daily swings, it's really just the momentum, right? Like I wouldn't get so caught up on the little, just the ups and the downs. If we look at what we have now, if we take off, right? We peaked a little early because we got a 90%, a 90-day tariff offset or whatever. But we're supposed to peak out basically around right now. Okay. So all that means is that the money that's been coming in for the last couple days, aside from the FOMO, just underneath the market, is gonna sort of go down. Then you would expect one more sort of rise before we get our lowest low. Before we leave, not lower low, but the lowest low that we're gonna get before we take off, if this follows nicely, should be around 24th, 25th of April.
Favorite part about M2 is the fact that recently it had that nice spike up.
That spike up on M2 came from this spike up that we had on US M2. Money printer is slowly starting to go burr.
Money printer go burr.
That's what gave us this move up. But none of that shit is gonna help these bulls absorb these sell walls up here. At least not tonight.
You got a lot of Bitcoin,
Mm-hmm.
2,000 or whatever that is.
A lot of Bitcoin.
Do you think we can retest that zone of the sell walls as we did a couple of days prior?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it wants to. It's just doing it in slow motion. I would expect it to be in UK. Probably come down here in Asia, reclaim this 50 EMA, clear this vector. And then we'd have to watch in UK session if they hold Asia's 50% of the Asian range, they'll probably go for it. Whether they'll be able to do it or not, I have no idea.
I don't think so. It's quite a big wall.
Yeah, it's also going to depend on what's the purpose of the wall. If this wall is here because somebody is slowly trying to exit a position before lower prices, they're more likely to put money into the trade to get up there, even if it costs them 10 million to save 200 million, right? If it's there to defend positions, which is what I think that that's there to defend short positions. There's absolutely no motivation to get up to that level at all.
It also depends because, as I've seen in the past, walls suddenly disappear. So it could also be that.
Yeah, but the thing about these walls specifically, because we've had a lot of spoofs, but the thing about these walls specifically, look at how long they've been there. We're talking about these walls
Okay.
here, right? Look at how long they've been there. While everything else around it was getting spoofed, these are the three that I'm paying attention to. So you notice how everything around it would get spoofed and moved, but those three stayed consistent the entire time. It's actually gotten bigger. It's gotten bigger since last. That 900 now has another 300 attached to it right underneath. So that's about 1100. The rest look the same.
Okay, so that's why you're actually saying that these walls are there to protect the shorts.
That's what I think, yeah. These guys aren't ready to empty their shorts. They don't want to get liquidated, so they're defending their shorts with spot sells.
Okay, maybe we see a spike up to there on the London session, but London doesn't usually have that much power. At least I haven't seen.
UK tends to go in one direction, right? So when I follow the market maker sessions, there's a path that I follow for the most part, which is like, let's go somewhere where there isn't. I don't have right on the chart.
So basically, you're betting on the fact that the UK will follow the Asia session in the upward trend.
Not that they'll follow, right? But we do watch to see how the UK session responds to the Asian session. And that usually lets us know how it ends up. So what we do is we take the Asian session from the top Asian candle to the bottom Asian candle for the entire range. Asia's job for the most part is to set a range. right? They don't tend to drive too far unless there's a vector, unless there's a big CME gap, and that's usually at the beginning of the week when they'll do that. But for the most part, the Asian range will be exactly that, just a range. And then at the end of the Asian session, what we do is we take a fib from the bottom of the Asian candle to the top, and your 0.5 is what we check. So if UK can come in and hold the 0.5 retracement, price will continue up for the most part.
Okay.
If UK comes in and fails that, right, they come in and they go underneath the midway of the Asian session, they tend to trend down for the entire session. Either way, UK 9 times out of 10 is the easiest leverage session to trade, because once the session starts, it tends to go in one direction. It doesn't do too much chopping. Right? At the end, the last couple hours of UK session are the spillover from US, and you start to get US traders involved during this time. That's usually when you'll see the pivots. But for the most part, when you're trading UK, they only go in one direction. Yeah.
Actually beat UK and Frankfurt, because also Frankfurt comes in 1 hour after the UK.
But these aren't legacy sessions that we're watching. These are the shifts of the market makers. Asian market makers, UK market makers, US market makers. So it's a little bit different than your legacy session. But it's another good example of what we were talking about here, right? You take your Asian range from the top candle to the bottom. That's 50% of, oh look, we already had it drawn out from the last time. If UK can't close above, we sweep the licks. So UK came in, they attempted to get above but couldn't. And then price swept those liquidations. And then again here, the next Asian session, top of the Asian session, bottom. That was the 50% mark. If UK can't break, and UK never even came down to it. If UK breaks the top of the Asian session, it's just as good as holding support on the 50%. UK came in, immediately broke the top of the Asian session, then again just traded in one direction for the entire session.
It's quite funny because if you think about it, Europeans are like, we're gonna go that way or that way.
I
We don't
always
swing.
say, whenever somebody asks me, I always say the same thing. I'm like, the Asian session tends to be the more balanced yin yang session. Little bit of up, little bit of down. Finds a good balance, very centered. The UK session are like hard nosed, stick to it, pick a path, stick to it. And then the US just goes, wee, does whatever it wants. The US just does whatever it wants after. Yeah, if we break it down to the psychology of traders, it kind of makes sense, you know?
Yeah, because we're different cultures and
Yeah.
basically we have different thinking and looking at things. But it's quite funny to think of it like this.
I mean, it's got to be rough for UK because they trade before futures starts, and then not futures, but you know what I'm saying, for the next stock market. What am I trying to say?
I
Like, because
think
the end
that's
of the
what it
day, the
is, though,
news cycle
right?
sucks.
It would make sense that I think that's what it is. I think they come on and they're like, okay, guys, let's pick a direction and make as much money as we can before the Americans wake up. And then they don't have time to be going up and down and retracing. Look, we're going to make this money and we're going to get out before the Yanks wake up and screw the whole market up.
I mean, do they even if, like, let's say some crazy event happened, do they even have the capital to do big moves?
I mean, I'm sure there's decent money. It's not like,
The UK got big money. UK got big money.
Asia has a lot more in total. But yeah, they still move the market.
Don't
They're not that
underestimate.
crypto.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say they're not that deep in crypto, but you know, there's big funds in the UK.
Don't underestimate the UK because you're referring to the UK session, but the UK session is not just the UK; it's the entire European Union, which actually is about $21 trillion in economy. So it's kind of a little bit above China. So we're in the second place right now. So it's US, EU, and China. So there is a lot of money in the European Union to move the markets.
Yeah,
but
that's why we
they
watch those
usually
3
tend to
sessions
be
more than anything.
more. Europeans tend to be more conservative. So crypto is like a very small part of the European market.
In the
All I know
words
is
of Bukele or whatever his name is from what you call it, have fun staying poor. Okay, but yeah, when Bitcoin hit 100K and he tweeted that, I almost fell out of my chair, bro. He's like, to everybody making fun of me because we were down and I was risking my country's future. Have fun staying poor.
I love that, man. I was there when everybody was picking on him.
He's great. He's great. Sometimes you need somebody to do the crazy thing.
Hey, if you guys are in the UK, be careful. Don't tell anyone they have to learn English or speak English. You can get 7 years in prison for telling people they have to learn English. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, but we should start putting people in jail for not minding their business.
Yeah, now it's basically a hate crime to declare everyone should speak English in England. So that's like a hate crime now there.
You can think about Europe as like the European Union, and you can think of it like a very definitely bureaucratic obsessed nation. So bureaucracy in Europe is like the belief in God. So it's so much bureaucracy that makes things so difficult in terms of, for example, like investing in crypto. You have different laws, you have different standards to abide. It's quite hard. For example, that's why they unlisted USDT in the whole of Europe. So because it's not MiCA compliant.
Well, that, and they're about to replace all that shit with CFTCs anyways.
That's a rumor for now. I'm not sure
Every
they will do
major
it.
central bank has a CFTC program right now. Every single one of them is past the pilot program. So far, we're the only country that's really stood up and said, nah, we're not doing that here. And honestly, I don't even think that that'll last. I think a future president is going to change their mind on that decision.
Maybe I'm not sure. In Europe, it's still a rumor of CFDs, but I'm not sure. I can't comment on what I don't know.
I know that the central banks are putting a lot of money into it. And it makes, I mean, you know, we can hate it all we want, but for them, it makes perfect sense. It's the perfect tool for them to do their job and have the, you know, and I'm not even talking about nefarious wanting to control. We already know how all that is. But if their job really is to control monetary policy, what better tool, you know, than programmable money?
Yeah, the European Union just launched, I think, the digital euro, but no one actually uses it.
The way these things will get pushed is that it'll be through social services and stuff like that first. So like all the welfare that goes out, all the food stamps, everything will be through that.
Yeah, okay. Just tell Tanti Mitza from, let's say, a remote location to use crypto. Yeah, just do that.
They did it in Costa Rica. They did it in El Salvador. These are people who didn't even have phones for the most part.
If you look at it from that side, maybe, But for example, yeah, go ahead.
Speaking of Europe and CBDCs, it's not a rumor because the
I said
UK
CFTC
Bank,
earlier. I'm so stupid. Go ahead.
Bank of England, this is the bank, official Bank of England, test offline CBDC payments 17 hours ago.
Yeah,
Makes
but UK
perfect
is
sense for
not.
them to do
Yeah,
it.
but UK is not part of the European Union anymore.
Hey, but it's in the continent, Europe.
Yeah, it's in the continent, but we treat it as like the United States. It's a different country from Europe because they opted
No, please
to
don't
go
do
out of
that.
Europe.
Yeah, the whole Brexit thing.
Yeah,
That
Brexit and
didn't
stuff like
age
that.
well.
We have quite big tariffs on them as well. So basically, the UK market almost fell down after the Brexit because they needed to pay VAT, they needed to pay taxes. They also imposed on the European Union a lot of taxes, and most of the transporters and let's say lower wage jobs actually disappeared, and they are in a job crisis right now because no one wants to wash their toilets and uh, transport goods from the UK to the EU and back and forth because it's about 50% tariffs on that. So they're kind of in a crisis, but the central bank is propping up their currency to kind of hide the fact that their economy is going down.
It's like we're getting a little push here.
They're actually thinking of rejoining. A recent poll from the UK survey, blah blah blah, state survey, whatever, said that about 69% of Britain basically wants to rejoin the EU, and that was a big mistake to exit.
I don't know. I think it turned out good and bad. They had pros and cons, but I think the EU is a disaster.
That depends on the opinion. From inside the EU, I can say it's quite good. For example, I live in Romania, and Romania was a poor country for a long, long time. Once we joined the EU, our GDP skyrocketed. It went from 14 billion to about 500 billion right now, with a population of about 15 million people.
Yeah, and about 49.9 million of those people didn't get to touch any of that GPD. Most of that money stayed in the bigwigs.
You would actually be surprised. We don't actually have any more roads that are not paved. Even if you go to remote areas, we basically have hospitals in a 15-minute walk or 15 minutes by car from rural areas. We
No, of course,
basically have.
there's good things. There's good things and bad things, but right now they're pulling the strings. Romania can't have a proper election right now because the EU is butting their nose in it. So, yeah, it's
Guys, you
bad.
guys had like a 3-hour Romanian politics talk the other
Oh yeah,
night.
let's not get into
Let's
that.
not go back down
let's
that.
not get started again.
Yeah.
Bitcoin is getting some big buys.
But if you do have the debate, do it in a Dracula accent, please.
Oh yes, sir.
Come on, we just need to get above. Our bullish trigger would really just be getting above 85.5 here. That would take us into our 100x liquidations, but I'm telling you guys, this is not going to pop that wall in the first go. The best we could do is hit, and chip away. Slowly chip away and hope they didn't add. The first time that we hit this wall, it was like 349 Bitcoin. The first one, the smallest one. It's now the biggest one. Right? They went and they added it and added more. Like they doubled down.
Your Bank of Korea, their digital currency, their CBDC, is now getting used in 7-Eleven in Korea, South Korea.
It's a convenience thing, and the same thing that people say they won't use it here, but they will. They will, and
They
I'll
get a
tell you
10%.
how.
They
Even
get a 10%
without a
discount.
discount, even if they were like to come out, if they were to come out right now and say you're gonna get a Doge dividend, but you're gonna get it in the United States CBDC, and you can only spend it on A, B, C, and D, not a single person would complain, bro, because people don't complain about free money, and then they get used to free money, and then you can't take it away from them.
And discounts too, though, it works. I mean, like, look, 7-Eleven saying, hey, use the South Korean digital bank central digital currency, and we'll give you 10% discount on it, whatever you use with the CBDC from Korea.
Yeah, if
This
they
is
have
exactly
if they
what
have a free
Revolut did.
payment system, it would be automatic. If they have a free payment system, it'd basically be like a 3 to 4% discount on anything they used to be able to buy with a card, because they won't have to pay that Visa fee.
This is exactly what Revolut did. So even though CBDCs are not that different, if you start to think about it, they're just digital money. As in banks, it's digital money, so it's zeros and ones. Revolut came in and said, okay, we're gonna give you the best rate between currencies. We're gonna give you 24% discounts on anything you want to buy through the Revolut card. And then Revolut skyrocketed, and they made billions just from giving some discounts on some stuff. So yeah, you're totally
Well,
right
not
about
not
that.
just from that though. They had some very good services too.
Yeah, they are the fintech company. So yeah, basically it's like wow, the services they offer, but also they act like a bank. So a digital bank, but a bank nonetheless. So a CBDC is just another extension of a traditional bank.
Well, it's a lot different though, because it actually programs the spendability of that money. With a CBDC, the dollar that you're holding can have an expiration date on it. You need to spend it by December 25th. And if you spend it on electronics or energy, we'll give you a 10% discount, because those sectors are what happen to be down right now, and we need to stimulate the economy. And if you buy, any luxury goods, we're going to tax you double, because we need you putting the money where we need you to put it to make the economy move the way we want it to move. That's
I
what
don't
it
know
gives
if you
them
know
the right to
this.
do.
I don't know if you know this, but in Europe we have a thing called meal vouchers. Most countries do have it.
Like food
In
stamps.
Romania there are food stamps.
Yeah.
Okay, so meal vouchers, food stamps. They do have an expiry date. Usually they are available. You receive them month and by month, and usually you receive them on a working day basis. So, for example, if you have vacation, you don't receive food stamps for the time of your vacation, but you do receive food stamps for when you're working, maybe 21 days in a month. They are usually about, let me just check. I think they're $20 or something like that. No, $20 is too much. It's like $9.1 per day of food stamps. And they do have an expiry date. Usually you can accumulate them until December, and you need to liquidate them in December, because on the 1st of January they will expire. So basically, even though you don't need them,
you have to use them.
You may save up to December when you need to buy presents, you need to buy stuff, because even though they are called food stamps, most magazines actually accept to buy cigarettes or to buy, I don't know, anything else than food.
Yeah. Here you can only get them if you qualify. You've got to be under a certain wage, I believe, and if you have children or you're a single parent, I think it also helps, but not everybody gets them.
These are not from the state.
No,
Don't get
these
me
are
wrong, these are not from the state.
These are from the state. The one I'm talking about.
These are ours are from the employer, and they're considered a benefit.
Imagine that. You can barely keep Susan from eating your sandwich out of the refrigerator at work, much less having them feed you.
Yeah, it's basically considered. You have your salary, you have your meal vouchers, then you have your uh bonuses. For example, we have
Yeah,
Christmas
it's called
bonus.
you have to depend on us so we can psychologically squeeze your nuts out.
Yeah. That's totally correct. But you are glad to do it because you get money for it.
At least they pay you.
It's like you don't want to quit because you're like, man, my whole life depends on this company. I eat there, I eat everything, you know.
Those meal vouchers you can use them anywhere. It doesn't needs to be at the company site. But for example, where I work at, and most corporations in Romania and Europe do this. Basically they say, okay, you start from 9 and you finish work at 5 or 6, with 1 hour lunch break. But you know, we need you to not log off work. We will pay you 200% to do that. And then you start to think about, okay, my base salary is about $5,000 or 5,000 euros. Okay, if I do overtime, then I can double it. And then I get also meal vouchers, then I get a bonus, then I get a raise, then also I get for working overtime a bonus for Christmas and Easter, then I also get another performance bonus, and it starts to add up, and they basically force you to work more, even though they pay you, but you have no free time.
I mean, it's a choice though, right? You got to decide when enough is enough.
Yeah.
Because they'll keep giving you
Kind of
deals
a
that you can't refuse, and they'll work you into the
kind
ground and
of a
then replace
choice.
you. They'll replace
It's
you with
kind of like
somebody else when you're worn out and you can't do it anymore.
indentured servantry almost.
Kind of a choice, but it's not a choice. And it's not a choice as is for Americans. For example, in your case, a boss can come to work and say, I don't like your face anymore. Bye bye, you're out of the job.
Yeah.
Here is basically the same thing if you're not doing overtime and get paid for it.
I don't like your face. That's beautiful.
So basically, all your colleagues are
They
doing
can't say
overtime
it
and
out
get paid for
loud, but
it.
they can fire you if they don't like your face. They probably
I
shouldn't
mean,
say it.
it depends on the state. Like my state's at will, right? But not all states are like that.
You know what the thing is?
Okay.
Even if the boss isn't allowed to fire you, once you have a boss that wants to fire you,
he will find a way to fire you.
you're as good as gone. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep. There's enough metrics you can make up.
yeah. Or they're just gonna make your life there miserable, and you're not gonna want to work there anyway. So,
Unless you
That's
stand up to
that's
the
what
man
they
and
do
get a
here.
good lawyer.
yeah, sue them on the way out, and then disappear.
That's what they do here. Usually the European laws are very strict. So you can't fire a person. For example, you need to demonstrate that that person is incompatible with the job title or 3 job titles, to say the least, which is quite hard to do because, okay, maybe an employee is not good at his job. You need to put him to, I don't know, mop the floors. If he's not good at that, you put him, I don't know, to scrub toilets.
Oh, like you got to find
Uh,
options for him? That's crazy. I don't think we have to do
You
that here.
I
We
mean,
have to
need to
prove it
have.
here, but I don't
like a
think you have to
union.
find. I think if somebody's handicapped, you have to make some sort of, you know, concessions. Find something that they can do if there's something they can do. But I think once you want to fire somebody, if you prove that they're incompetent at their job that you hired them for, that's it. Boom. That's all you
No,
need.
here you need to actually prove they're incompetent, and also you need to find options for them, free options. But usually that never happens. They just make your life hell.
Yeah.
But you're also allowed
So
to if
you
you have to
quit
scale
yourself.
down. In Romania, though, if you have to scale down, you can fire people. If your company's running out of money and you have to scale down, you can fire people.
Yeah,
I mean,
but it's
I imagine
kind of
you can only
impossible for
have.
corporations.
They're not gonna make you have 12 people mopping the floors. At some point, there's nowhere else to put this guy. I gotta let him go. You know what I mean?
That's very hard. For example, most corporations in Romania can't do that because if you fire someone, you basically need to extinguish the job and then say to the state, okay, we needed to fire that person and we gave him 12 complementary salaries and whatever, blah blah blah, because we don't need that job anymore. And that's very hard for companies to do. It's better for them to basically make your life miserable at the job and make you quit.
We
So,
got a
for
pretty big
example,
volume candle that came in Bitcoin right now. Sorry, guys.
no, sorry, go ahead.
Now I was just gonna say we got a big volume candle that came in, made a higher local high here on Bitcoin.
85,475. But yeah, just to sum it up and not continue anymore, if they want to fire you, they will make your life miserable. If you don't do paid overtime and your colleagues do, it's a red flag for the management to find a way to make your life miserable and fire you.
Yeah. Mr. Moon had a good question. He said, for Americans, what comes first, state or country? My answer was country, unless you're from Texas. It's about right? Most people say like most people don't like Minnesota. Like now they're like, we're Americans from this place. But Texans are like, you're not. And then maybe Floridians. And New Yorkers too, I'm not gonna lie. I have to take that back.
Arkansas as well, maybe?
New Yorkers tend to be New Yorkers first and then everything after. But for the most part, I would say most of the country is America first, and then the state just happens to be the neighborhood in America that they live in, you know?
I've seen some news today that, not today, yesterday, sorry, that Europe is actually thinking of becoming the European states, United European States.
I always kind of
That's
looked
an
at it.
interesting concept.
I always kind of looked at it like that, even though you don't have one federal government. That's always how I pictured it in my head.
Yeah, it's not. It's basically an economic union that kind of right now extends to defense and stuff like that, but it's kind of becoming a federal state.
Come on, baby, let's go. Show me what you got. We got enough 100x liquidations and vector gaps to at least take us to test that first sell wall. You know how hard it's been to try to make this narrative interesting on a boring ass day like today. Go.
This is weird right now. I'm looking at the charts and BTC is kind of going, but Ethereum is lagging behind a lot. Usually I haven't noticed this in the last 3 months. They both go up, both go down.
Yeah, I've been kind of warning the team that I think Ethereum continues to go down, might even find lower lows. I'm kind of betting on it finding lower lows, but I'm betting on it doing that while Bitcoin is going up. And that's a really weird bet to make because of what you said, right? Because that's not really the norm.
Yeah. Usually they were correlated.
Yeah.
I usually hedge my bets, like for example, I hedged that a long on Bitcoin and a long on Ethereum, even though Ethereum was, I don't know, 1500 and BTC was 8100. And I hedged my bets on a long, and they both went up. BTC maybe a little bit less, but Ethereum was like exponential all the time.
Yeah.
Now I see that BTC is up, for example, 160% from my entering position, and Ethereum is down minus 91%. And I entered the positions at 1 second interval or 2 second intervals. So this is weird to see right now.
I think Ben Cohen's gonna end up being right, and I'm gonna regret not paying attention to him more. I mean, I'm not an anti-fan or anything like that, but just like I don't want him to be right, but I think he's gonna be right about dominance.
Going at 66.
Yeah.
Possible, man. We're already past what I thought would happen. Not what would be possible, but what should have happened as far as diminishing returns. Now, me and Zusi always argued about what percentage above where we were supposed to retrace would we go because of ETFs and, you know, all the money that only came in for Bitcoin, right? I had no other desire to go anywhere else but Bitcoin. Isn't going to be in any rotational plays. It's either in Bitcoin or on the sidelines. And that's what we're sort of figuring out now. Right? It should have come down from about 61, between 58 and 61. So anything above it, and honestly, not even 58 is really more like it. Even getting above 60 was kind of crazy.
I mean, 66 doesn't really sound that bad from here, like from this point, but you realize how many times it'll dip up and down between 63 and 64, 65, and 66. How many people in alts will get destroyed?
What kind of makes me think that it's possible is that if I'm expecting ETH to go down to 12, then, I mean, that's going to take a major, you know, that's going to send dominance going. It's going to take a major hit out of dominance. So that would, yeah, I mean, 66 is possible. I could still be wrong about ETH going down that far. And I'll be the first one to come on here when I see something that tells me that that's not going to happen. But as of right now, I mean, we're not even that far anymore. You know, when we were up here at the wick recovery, and I was saying it, when I was saying, look, we left the wick behind, but, you know, I'm expecting this to come down to the bad place. It was ridiculous because we were at 1800. You know, now at 16 and after putting bottoms in at 13.8, it doesn't really feel that crazy anymore. You know, all we would have to do is another one of these. And look at the price structure.
Man, it was at 4,000 not that long ago. It's so crazy.
Yeah. The price structure of what we did there. Right, if we just did that same thing here. Came up. Came back down to test this wick. Failed it. Started setting a bottom in. This time could be different. To be fair, what I'm basing, the main thing that I'm basing that further drawdown, a little bit on structure, but a lot of it is looking at the last time that we came out of a bull market long quantitative tightening environment. Problem is we only have one of those to compare to. So it's not like a reoccurring thing, right? You need at least 2 or 3 to establish a trend. You know, 2's a coincidence, 3's a trend. I don't think we're gonna have days to get through these sell walls. I think once we attempt this next time, if we're not able to do it, I think we'll go into a bit of a deeper retracement. For the most part, like I said, I expect 3 days down, which means if this was our false move, at 86.1, I expect that on Wednesday we're lower than 86.1. So this would be the high for the week. So to invalidate that thesis, we would have to get through these sell walls. Which is doable. It's just not doable with the money that we've got running around right now. Right? We need more money to come in here. I've seen a couple scattered aggressive buyers come on the tape for the current push that we're in right now, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
I think from my charts we're gonna try to actually touch that that sell wall. Maybe I'm wrong, but this is what my charts show.
Yeah, we're already more than halfway through that measured move of that symmetrical, so that's the prevalent pattern right now. That measured move should technically get us to 86.6, but I don't know. I don't know if we get past. We're gonna get at least to the sell walls. There's some liquidations there. I would like to see it a lot thicker, right? I would like to see a lot more liquidations there if I thought that it'd be enough to push through those sell walls. Because remember, these liquidations, they have to sell to cover. So it will take out of these sell walls. We'll watch it in real time once it gets up there and see exactly what gets taken. No, I haven't changed anything. If I gotta wait, I gotta wait. Zap, thanks for the sub. I appreciate you. It only feels like a bear market if you didn't take profits, for the most part. People that bought down low and round tripped all the way down to the bottom, like those are the ones that can be like, what the hell is going on? We're back at bear market prices.
I think that some of the people, including myself, have a hard time with is not that they've gone full circle, maybe even, retraced to their where they pumped. But I don't remember last cycle altcoins getting destroyed so bad where they went
No, it wasn't like
down
that.
below the bear market lows of the previous bear market.
Yeah, it wasn't like that at all. That's why it feels different to people, because you can't just fill your bag and forget about it. The difference is now in retrospect, when we look back, you know, there was no quantitative easing. So that money that was pumping coins was just us degening, jumping from narrative to narrative to narrative. And you know what we do once we take profit, we're gone to the next. So nothing sustained their pumps. You had to like really be, it was a trader's market. And I know it's kind of cliche now because everybody keeps saying it, but it was definitely a trader's market versus an investor's market, unless you were in Bitcoin. You just invested in Bitcoin and did nothing. You don't understand what anybody's complaining about, right? You're probably going to get a 10x on your Bitcoin and you haven't done shit, even if you didn't sell at all. But now we have the blueprint for what to do when we go into a bull market where, you know, we have heavy quantitative tightening, right? Like it sets a model or a precedent. The last one we had was 2016. And there were so little altcoins at that time that this didn't really manifest itself, right? It didn't affect as much because there weren't that many choices.
Maybe I don't understand what that actually means. Can you please explain a little bit what quantitative tightening or quantitative easing is in terms of what the Fed does?
Yeah, so what they're doing is that they're either adding or removing assets from their balance sheet. So when the Fed wants to stimulate, they'll print money and they'll buy bonds or they'll buy U.S. companies, they'll buy assets.
So basically, they'll buy back the U.S. treasuries or basically the U.S. Debt.
Yeah, and that puts money back into the economy and that signals the risk assets to go up. And that's when we really, you know, even the riskiest stuff goes up. Quantitative tightening is when they're removing assets from their sheets. So they're currently in a down, you know, they're currently selling. Through this whole bull market, they've been selling off, selling off, selling off. So it's almost like we're trading against that downward pressure of the Fed selling or tightening or removing money from the market. That's how you can look at it.
Okay, I understood. Okay,
So
I understood now.
yeah, so the liquidity suck that happens during quantitative tightening, it affects the higher risk assets the most. And for us, that's alts. You know, so there was enough money to make big things go. Bitcoin didn't have a problem. There was enough money to make narratives pop when it was time because we still have a couple $1 trillion in the market to play with, right? But we didn't have that influx of outside capital coming in. So that M2 global supply that we're watching that's all the world's central banks now going into quantitative easing and flooding the money, you know, flooding the money flooding the market with money. We're just waiting for the US to catch up.
Could the fact that the European Union is actually lowering central bank rates have an effect on this?
Yeah, it's
because
a form.
For example, in
It's
January
cheaper to
we
borrow.
had
It's
3.6. Now we have 2.21.
Yeah, it's cheap money. You know, you're going into a cheap money era.
Okay, so that creates liquidity in a sense. Okay, I understand that. Thank you very much for the explanation.
No problem. Nah, Brick, the money came in that was supposed to pump the alts. The problem is it didn't go into utility. The money got washed around in the washing machine with the memes. Right? How many memes? 100, 200, 300, 400x, and then the next one, and then the next one, and the next one. And then those guys got wrecked. Right? And then that money goes into something more stable like Bitcoin, which ended up just pumping Bitcoin in the long run. But money came in, retail came in. A lot of them came in directly through TikTok and social media to buy whatever coin was being showed at the time. The problem is that we didn't let them live long enough to get used to it, to get comfortable. Right? They came in, got rinsed, and went right out the back door. So until that global liquidity hits us, it's like you said, it's just us trading with each other. It's us coming in, trading with each other. Retail comes in, we wreck them, and then we keep trading with their money. Until something like OM happens and they get it back, and then, you know. Hey, it's better than flipping fries, though, right? Nah, I joke around, but I love this shit. You know, even as crazy as it is, it just all makes sense to me. I found out a long time ago, when you're trying to figure out like the reasons for shit, or when you're trying to sort of predict people's movements, 9 times out of 10, if you just err on the side of greed, you get pretty close to what's going on. And crypto is like definitely that, you know. Greed always gets these guys at the end of the day. Yeah, a lot of people missed the first run, and this is like a blessing.
If we look on a time frame, for example, for 14th of April, when that pump happened, actually yesterday, we are right now kind of crawling to the same higher high.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're kind of crawling there. I'm not sure if it can push to get us higher, but it seems that it doesn't have the force right now. The Asia session closes in about an hour, in 40 minutes or so, and then comes the UK session.
Even if it does, there's a big brick wall sitting waiting for them. I mean, we had a lot of momentum on this initial push up here, and look at the wicks that, you know, we left behind coming into these ranges.
Yeah, but that was during the weekend, if I'm not mistaken. It was the weekend trap.
Yeah, Saturday. That's the highest volatility we've had since probably last week.
I'm really not sure what to do with my longs. Should I keep them? Should I close them?
Wait for confirmation either way. Go down to lower time frames and wait to see that momentum sort of break down. And
Yeah,
I
that's what I'm
mean,
doing, but
yeah,
I don't see
depending on how
anything.
long you're going to be awake. I mean, if you're going to be awake to watch the charts, then just watch the charts. But if you get a big expansive move through this, it's, in my opinion, it's going to get rejected. We're about to find out sooner than later because these shorts are going to have to start covering their positions, and that should give us a green vector to at least attempt that 1200 sell wall right now. With some W's in the chat, have you been waiting for this for the last 7 hours like that? There's my people. Alright, so they started to cover, they turned it into a blue vector, but the candle ran out. Didn't have enough time to go green.
What's a blue candle
It's
on your
basically
charts?
the green vector is 200% of the tick volume of the last 10 candles, and the blue vector is 150%. So the blue vector
Okay.
was about to turn green if it would have, if the candle didn't run out. It just meant that the tick volume was rising, but it didn't rise high enough to become a green vector.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, still leaves an imbalance behind though, still likely to get recovered just as much as the green ones. It just sort of lets you know if momentum is picking up, right? Did you go from green to blue, or is momentum slowing down? Did you go from blue to green or green to blue?
We had some good volumes about 20 minutes ago. Now volume starts to go down a little bit. Presume as the Asia market starts to close down.
Come on. If you're going to do it, do it. You can't just knock on the wall. You're going to have to kick it down. You can't just walk slowly into it. Yeah, I mean, probably not. It's probably not breakable. I mean, just keep a running count in your head, right? Look at the tape and count all the green cells that come in. And then realize that you have to get to 1200 before it even has the opportunity of eating that supply.
A big supply there, so don't think it will basically over right now.
Not with the trading action we have right now, no.
Maybe some side action, maybe something like that, but other than that, I don't think it can break through it.
We'll make a second attempt here. We're not going to come up this high to not attempt it. Market maker's already leaving red vectors on the way down. So he's leaving imbalances above. We'll retest this 50. Put it on. Little 15-second TA. F13, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. Oh, you're not a sub. You became a patron. W patron F13. Hit me up on Discord so I can get you your Discord role. Appreciate your support, brother. We love our patrons here. The patrons keep the lights on. Well, let me know if you're already in the Discord, and I'll slide you your role. There, take that F13, take that invite, and then just hit the verify role, and the Discord should open up for you. The patron's $25 a month. That's our highest level of support. Much appreciate that. But the Discord is a $50 one-time fee. You know, just being a patron comes with a couple of extra goodies, more personal one-on-one. Yeah, you can pay with crypto. Just message me on Discord and we'll figure out what you rather pay with. It's $50 one time. That's the cheapest. Like, I'm not out here to break anybody's head. $50 one-time fee is the cheapest if you just want to lock in on the Discord. But if you want to support the channel through the YouTube, the Cypher patrons comes with the Discord role.
Seem to get a very big actually, push down.
They'll try RH. I just don't know if they got what it takes. But I think we'll at least see an attempt at it, yeah. Whether it happens now or it happens in UK, or worst case scenario, US or something. But I'm pretty sure if UK doesn't make an attempt at it, that means they're going to downtrend for the session, which means, you know, we've already seen our top for the week. Nah, if you got a new Discord, it's fine as long as it's the same name. Like if you just reopen, I think you still. If not, you'll have to come back in there. If you have if you already paid though and your old Discord has the tag, then I'll just slide you the new one. I'm not gonna make you pay another $50. Yeah, just join back in and message me, and then I'll check the membership and It'll show me that your other account had it. I'll just slide it to the new one. Only way we won't do that is if you were banned or something for some reason. And then it's $5,000 to get it. No, I'm just fine. All right, cool. To the downside, once we get this top in and we reject off this wall of, I think, that's what's going to happen. I see us taking a deeper retracement, mid 80s. I mean, lower mid 80s, 83, 82. We'll pull a fib right now, right? So let's go to the hourly. Right, so for me, I'd be shooting between a 0.5 retracement, 82.3, and a golden pocket retracement, 81.7, 81.3.
Dbloc, can
Yeah.
you also check the Ethereum chart a little bit? Seems to be quite weird because usually BTC and Ethereum were correlated. Now I think they are not anymore.
So I'm looking for this to drop, personally. I'm looking for this rising wedge to eventually drop down. And I'm being kind because you really can, depending on how you want to stretch this, make it into a bull flag. But let's just assume it's the rising. Just a measured move from that. And it would break that structure. I think we come down into this, honestly.
Yeah, because I see the same thing on my charts. For example, I've seen a rising wedge, and that's actually a bear flag.
So for me, this is the DCA zone.
The bad place.
And that's the bad place. Now, it sucks, but we're almost there, right? And like I was talking about having to come down here when we were still exploring this wick up here in 1800s, 1900s. The good news is if that plays out, I'm all but convinced that we're gonna get the right side of this bullish butterfly harmonic, which takes us to the good place at like 76, 77.
Okay, so a good play right now would be to just wait for ETH to go to 1670, 1680 at most, sell there, and go in a short for it.
At the very least, this has to find the bottom. ETH BTC has to find the bottom. Before you load up every last dollar in ETH that you want to put into ETH, make sure that you look at this chart and you think that you see a bottom.
BTC going to that sell wall, big buys.
Because if that pops
Oh
down,
yeah.
okay, let's see. Ooh, okay. Quick math. Let me see.
Thank you for pointing that out. Whoever did point that out.
There is 1,085.7. All right, we got through. Oof. We got through a nice amount of Bitcoin right there. Yeah. Was it? That was at 85.7, right?
It's basically the same as
There's
the
still
last stop.
1,000. There's still 1,000 there. But they ate through about 200 of it.
It's a double top right now. If you look at it.
Somebody's got an open mic.
Yeah, definitely double top.
I'll be right back. So what you got? Let me see how much they've absorbed so far. That 1,000 is down to 697. They've taken it all at this point.
From my point of view, a short is in order right here because we have a double top. Usually that means a reversal.
Yeah, but they are absorbing a good amount of Bitcoin up here. That 1,000 sell wall is gone. And that green, that one's already been cracked.
The 4K subscribers is getting close now.
Yeah, man, closer and closer. Hit that subscribe button, guys. We're almost at 4K. Let's get to 4K before we get to 90K on Bitcoin. Starting to look toppy. All right. I like trading US, but the best session to trade is probably UK. US has got the most volatility, but UK is the most chill session to trade. Least amount of surprises. Of course, when we're all asleep over here in the US.
It can't be up 24/7, so.
Right?
Yes, you can. Yeah, yes, you can. Ketamine? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, right now it looks like a reversal because of the double top. Also on my chart, I have some bearish flags. So maybe I'm wrong, but this is what I see right now. Hey guys, I'm off for a couple of hours. I need to go to work.
Take it easy, brother.
You too, my friend.
Hey, Dbloc, when are we getting that little game that you were talking about?
Now that
It's
my
like at the
shit's
bottom of
actually
the
working,
screen.
I think I can push it. I was scared to do it when I didn't know what
Oh,
was going on, but now I have to go to Streamlabs and download it. And then I have to pick what kind of characters we gotta. I'll see. I'll put some of it in chat. I'll run some of it by all the mods and tell me what you guys think. Because apparently you can pick like different themes, but there's like hundreds of them, so we'll figure it out. Yeah, thanks for reminding me.
you remember marbles from Pirate Nodes? I kind of miss
Yeah, the marble run, marble race. That'd be cool to do for like, we could do that every once in a while for like rolls. You know what I mean? For like, I'll
Oh
do a
yeah,
couple of those for like the $50, to get people in that
like
don't.
first time champion or whatever.
Yeah. And if people are already in the Discord, maybe they can gift that roll to somebody. You know what I mean? If you win it, you can gift it to somebody. That was fun, bro. I won one of those. I was hyped.
Yeah, because you'd think you're in the lead and then like you just roll off the side and it's like, oh well.
Yeah, or somebody just comes out of nowhere, just rockets past you. RH, the short of it is somebody took a bunch of Luna. Oh my god. That goes to show you where my mind's at with mantra. Somebody took a bunch of mantra and collateralized it and then put it into some shit that got liquidated, basically. The question is, was it insiders or not? The team is saying that they didn't rug. The team is saying a large group of investors used mantra for some, sketchy shit, and they were complaining that the exchanges didn't see. This is the part that gets me, right? The first comment was, oh, the exchanges didn't give warning before they liquidated, they just liquidated. So it sounded kind of personal, like how we would sound if the exchanges did something crazy to us, right? And then the second announcement was a group of traders got liquidated. I'm like, oh, sounds like you distanced yourself a little bit from this whole situation conveniently in the past 24 hours, but okay.
Like that clearinghouse in Robinhood when all that shit went down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that happened then just before the big token unlock.
Yeah, conveniently enough, right? Just before retail was about to get a bunch of, well, not even retail, but just before a bunch of tokens were going to get unlocked and probably sold, right? Because OM's been killing it. So why wouldn't you take profit on an unlock? Very convenient. Must be doing something wrong, man. I'm watching this dude on Twitch tie himself with a harness onto large balloons to see how many balloons it takes to lift him off the ground. And he's got 24,000 people in the chat.
You missed your calling.
So I got to strap myself to balloons, guys. Is that where we're at?
Dude, no. The real money is like once a bird strike happens, how many did it take to fall back down? Like, just don't forget, bird strikes happen with planes and they can be catastrophic. So, like, imagine your balloon share.
Nah, and he's just harnessed up too. These balloons don't look very heavy duty either. I don't know what's going on here. I feel like, yeah, there needs to be an adult in this situation, and there isn't. Oh, that's brilliant. For every donation that he gets, he's adding another balloon. I'm not gonna knock the hustle. That's brilliant. So the chat's basically trying
Does he have a
kill him at this point.
Does he have a helium tank or
Yeah,
whatever?
yeah. He's got like
What
6 or
happens if he
7
gets into
big
the
tanks.
air and the helium tanks run out though?
Bro, you're already 2 steps further into thinking this through than they'll
Yeah,
have.
you're right. I'll shut up.
He's not thought this through at all. Nah, the chat's legit trying to kill him, bro.
Like, does he have, what's he wearing? Does he have like if this works out, I start floating up, do I have like a hoodie or some socks?
No, alright, so he's got a big yellow harness that looks like a parachute harness. And then it's got big hooks on the back. And the ropes that are attached to the balloon, the setup looks legit. The setup looks legit, but then he's tethered to the ground with really long bungee cords. And I guess that's his sort of safety precaution of not floating off into nothingness.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure what weight those things are rated to, but I think the chat is determined to find out. And dude's got a big smile on his face, so I mean, hey, who are we to judge?
And be real honest with you right now, that's not indicative of anything. Like,
I think we're getting a top signal on this attention economy sort of thing.
I like the nuisance streamers.
Yeah, like it's getting to that point where it's like, bro, just do it already. Just do it if you're gonna do it. But they're locking these guys up left and right. All the guys that are going overseas being super annoying.
Oh yeah. But the downside for them is that like all those oh shit faces they were making in the thumbnails, they're still making them, but now it doesn't have an effect because we're used to it.
Can't wait for that era to be over. Okay, I guess TradingView thought it'd sneak in a free commercial onto my stream. But yeah, Easter sale, 6 days left, 80% off. Don't forget to get your TradingView. If you bought it during the last Easter sale, remember it's time to renew. They will charge you the full amount if you don't renew.
Does what happens to like? What if you bought it and your plan is like the expensive one? And you try to like, what happens to all my chart stuff if I want to like take advantage of this deal?
It'll still it adds to the time. It'll add to how
Oh, okay.
long your plan is active for. Yeah. You just gotta make sure you pick the same plan. It's the
It's
same
always
Black
been like
Friday
that.
price. Yeah, yeah.
I've left so much money on the table.
Oh no, really? You by not renewing it or whatever?
I've been paying the max one for like 4 years.
Oh shit. Yeah,
Dude,
you
I
gotta
thought it would take away
renew.
my charts, my
No, no, it
lines.
won't. It won't. Nah, you're
Oh
good.
no. Lesson learned.
Am I trading what, SS? Ronin? Yeah. I haven't got back in though. I'm looking for a bottom. I've got some money that I took in profits way up higher. And I'm just looking to put a little bit of capital back in. I'm probably not even gonna give it all its money. At this point, if I just put half of what I took out, I'll have more than I had at the top in coin count. So I'm just trying to micromanage this bottom to see when it starts to look healthy enough to start deploying. Yeah, I had a bad one, man. A lot of these gaming projects had a bad one because the narrative never came back, you know? And after the first narrative run, a lot of people piled into games. So the longer it took for the narrative to come back, the more people just kept sort of selling off and selling off. Like most things on the daily, waiting to get back above that uptrend, waiting to get above their 50 EMA on the daily. Weak, still weak. Let me see. All right, I'm gonna go do some research. I'll be back by the end of the Asian session, like half an hour, and we'll see how UK reacts to all this.
But you're in like the world's most insane ascending ship right now. And I love it.
ده إذا بدك أي شي واحكي مع أمك خليها تروح، أنا بروح بقعد. شلونك يا أخوان؟
Hey, brother. Yeah, yeah, nice.
Poppy.